I'll see you in the next one. Proper story's supposed to start at the beginning. Ain't so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world got all twisted, leaving him stranded on a rock in the sky. He gets up, sets off for the Bastion, where everyone agreed to go in case of trouble. Ground forms up under his feet as it pointing the way. He don't stop to wonder why. Finds his lifelong friend just lying in the road. Well, it's a touching reunion. He sees what's left of the rippling walls. Years of work undone in an instant. In the calamity. That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a gas fella, forced out from underground. Kid pops him good. Fella got a piece of him, though. Kid just rages for a while. An old repeater falls out of the sky. Ain't a gift from the gods, but it'll have to do. Kid's worked up quite a thirst by now, so that fountain looks real inviting. Sometimes you just need a drink. A school of squirts tunnels up around them. Must have fled here from the mines. Kid finds a memento from a girl he knew. Always used to fancy her. He sets foot inside one of Celandia's famous watering holes. Wait, haven't I? Anyway, Rondé's place just brings back memories. Then Kid finds his trusty shield. The security takes him for a petty thief. Shield saves his hide. Windbags start turning up for last call. Rondé always always wanted his ashes scattered here. More squirts start coming out of the woodwork. A big old fella pops out in front of the kid. Kid sees the way to the Bastion out the window. He gets a good look at things on his way down. He lands on top of a breaker's bow, and it ain't broke. Kid spies a good perch for some target practice. And he knows he should draw the string all the way back. The kid pockets a memento from a breaker, once the fastest man in the land. Good news is the emergency defenses still work. Bad news is they're aiming for the kid. Picks up a few pointers from a dusty old tomb. Finds the distillery, right next to the arsenal. Tough part of town. One sip of the spirits in that distillery, and the kid'll feel like a new man. The arsenal's where the kid can pick the best tools for the job. Some of them squirts birthing like crazy in a couple of corn bins. An old ferry barge sends the kid on his way. The Bastion's real close now. Takes a chunk of alloy. Smell of barley and spoiled blueberries fills the air. Scumbags. Kid maybe shouldn't have done what he just did. Kid puts him out of his misery. finds the core to the Wharf District. He steals the city's heart. Kid has a feeling they better get a move on. The place is starting to fall. See, that core Kid took was the only thing making this particular rock stay afloat. Kid just keeps running. Whisks him where it needs to go. Now the kid sees something stranger still. His mind races. Did anybody else survive? Sure enough, he finds another. He finds me. We talk for a spell. I try to let the kid down gently. This is the Bastion, all right. Except no one else showed up. All I tell him is to set that core of his on the monument there. Then watch. There's a bit of the Bastion's power in that crest. Enough to point the way to the cores. And just like that, the Bastion comes alive. Starts growing again, growing stronger. Kid's gotta put its power to good use. Now the Bastion can send him even farther into the wild unknown. Kid ponders what to build. Kid don't know what's out there waiting for him. The breakers used to come here for target practice. We used to play a little game. See who could bust the most targets and the fewest shots. He's focused, he's armed, and he's off. The perfect shot just happens in a flash. Solid performance. Kid ain't had enough of the Breakers' barracks. Takes practice, and a mighty strong bow helps too. I almost don't believe it when he says he passed the Breaker's challenge. The Skyway. Now the kid can ride the wind to distant lands. Now he lands at the intersection between bad and wrong. Ought to be a core down one of these twisted streets. But which one? He heads for the squirt steps. Won't be no field trip this time. Scumbag can digest just about anything. Except for this. It's quick for slicing and light enough to throw. Say even the most rambunctious squirts can be tamed. No sign of the core here. At least the kid got something for his trouble. Them squirts just don't know when to quit. He heads for the biggest dump in town. Scumbag Alley. Up north is where the gas fella foreman used to live. Tending to his flock. No white gas fellas all dress alike. Keep wondering the same thing. And there it is, but it's locked down tight in an alloy cage. Blustery old foreman's keeping his fellas in check, almost like he's showboating to the crowd. Somehow that old Ford is still standing. Inside the forge, Key can fine-tune those instruments of his. Any brusher's pike can cut to the bone, but that one can cut through it. The sail hammer's only as strong as its spine. That's a strong spine. Core ain't here neither, so he's gotta guess again. Never much cared for that big wide grin of his. Still feeding off the city's own trash.
Hey Caps, how you doing?
And there he is, the oldest scumbag of them all, Gershel. Calamity ain't done much for Gershel's sunny disposition. They always said old Gershel wouldn't go without a fight.
Not too bad.
The rest of the path is gone for good. His city crest won't bring him back. No core, no surprise. Like the gas fellas are hiding. There's a new
Yeah, we'll be playing some Animal Crossing later. Once it gets to be 9 o'clock my time, we're gonna go fish for Barreleye.
He hears the whole place groan, but it's too tough to fall. Kid's ready to go, and his ticket out's right where he started. He comes back, just like I knew he would. The core hums in his pack. The monument's calling for it. The windbags used to be all right. Then the calamity took the floor out from under him. Kid does it again. Only fair he decides what we build next. The memorial. Here a kid can pay respect to the old world and earn it in kind. The valediction. Just another one of my sketches. Nothing more. Sometimes I want to ask him, why do any of this? But truth is, I don't want to know.
Yeah, I still gotta catch the Barreleye and the coelacanth. And then I have to get the flea, the ant. I have everything for April.
Picked up traces of other cores while the kid was out. In better days, the melting pot was sealed tighter than the skin on a squirt.
No, I gotta buy some on Sunday.
To survive the calamity, it had to be
I started
stag
playing
weeds.
not enough time to get Sunday for whatever her name is to show up.
He cuts down every stab weed like there's gonna be a prize for it. If there's a core, he figures it ought to be deeper down. Core's stuck inside one of those fancy cages. Some of the stuff lying around is downright dangerous. No breaking a cage like that, but the kid tries anyway. Gotta find a way to spring it open. He throws a switch. Now what could possibly go wrong? Quite a bit, as it turns out. The cage starts lifting from the core ever so slow. All Kid can do is wait. Shipments start falling in. Not every squirt's born bad. Some spring to the kid's defense. Judging by the movement of the cage, it's gonna take a little while. don't take kindly. Even some gas fellas take his corner. Birdie pop that mean old foreman. At this rate, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 30, hard to tell. Squirts get real territorial around the core. Then a shipment of free samples shows up. It ain't all bad, as the kid finds some spices from the motherland, tax-free. One thing's for sure, the cage is awful heavy. It's a troublesome scene issue. Moments left, and the core goes free. 10, 9, 8, 7, give or take a few seconds. Finally, the core's within reach. And done. He's got it. Just gotta get to the nearest barge. I still remember the look on his face after that one. The old world's finished, but the new world's just getting started. The lost and found. Here, kid takes fragments of the old world and makes them whole again. Folks voyaged across the boundless sea to found Ceylondia. It was good living here for a while. Windbag Ranch was built for gathering squirt extract, copious supply. Ain't nothing more healthful. Some folks showed up to make a fast buck. Other folks came to train their own. Still others used the place to test their finest blades. Slippery little devils. Place gets awful slick sometimes. Kid makes short work of them things. Always time for juice and squirts, they used to say. At least the little fellas can't feel a thing. Some squirts try to lead on instinct. Best to put it away first before they pile up the others. Through all of them in a flash. Well, the kid's gone and struck terror in the hearts of squirts everywhere. The Bastion's a place of peace, but we can hold our own if we have to. He's a spitting image of Slinger Jawson with that pike and them pistols.
So, how's work, cats? Do they have you gloves and masks yet?
Couples used to walk the sundown path. Kid ain't here for pleasure, though. But then somebody gets to the core before the kid.
Do they have you wearing gloves and a mask yet at
Floor starts
Costco?
giving way under the lightest step. A single panic squirt could bring the whole place down. So could a reckless kid, for that matter. Fragments of the old world rain in the sky. Stray valuables are lying everywhere.
Oh, I'm so sorry, kids.
Kid thinks twice about risking his hide for him, though. Well, the path ain't exactly up to the visitors. See, the path was intended for leisurely strolling and such. Not so much for boys and tomfoolery. Sky bridges link the path together. One of them bridges whips the kid along. finds a spyglass, like the ones they'd use to search the stars. The calamity changed everything, even where the wind blows.
That really stinks. I hope everything works out for you, Cats. You're too nice for it not to.
Well, if we mastered the winds in the old days, we can do it again. But the question is, who else could have taken the core? Well, ain't no survivor stole that scumbag ate it by mistake. Tough break. Unlike the kid, that core ain't coming back. No, they used to ship live munitions down the path. Even gas fellas need some shut-eye from time to time. They get real cranky.
Well, we could build a boat and go
Toil,
visit Idna.
Kid keeps coming back to an overwhelming question. Who else could have survived the calamity?
Well, that's nice. What does your husband do?
So he didn't find a core that time, but that ain't about to stop us. No place better than Trapper Shingle for learning to tread light and shoot straight. Trappers had to tread real carefully, or else take a nasty fall. They train themselves by clearing out the targets, while not clearing out the floor. Any good trapper knows never to take a step till the time is right. Trappers got what they needed for the better ones.
Nice.
The trappers would have been impressed with how the kid handled the shingle. The dead ain't gotta worry about this mess. The calamity took everybody after all. Kid sees it plain, frozen faces all around. These folks never saw the calamity coming, but someone did. Someone close. Someone who ain't like Mr. Beckley and his kindly wife. It was someone like him. Something so familiar about that man. It's a snag or two trying to get to him. He ain't about to stop, no matter what. He's got so many questions, after all. Just ain't got time for answers. The Thunder brothers didn't make it. They never saw what it was like beyond the walls. Nordy, the bird boy, didn't make it. The Jawsons, they didn't make it. Grady Sr., Grady Jr., they didn't make it. But him, he survived. Kid finds proof enough that man ain't from around here. Just think, without that man, we wouldn't be here right now, would we? The Corps survived as well. Kid does what he has to do. And then, what do you say to a man who's seen too much? Kid hasn't a clue, but he says this. We have to go. Please. He's a proper gentleman, that man. His name is Zolf. No hiding he's an Ura. Folks like him ain't never been a common sight in Caelondia. He's relieved to see a living face or two. The kid and I introduce ourselves in kind. Both to him and to each other for the first time. We could always see the stars. We just never could reach them, no matter how high we built. We fought the Ura decades ago, but that was then. Things are different between us now. For Zolf, Caelondia was like a second home. He's real worried about his first home, too.
No, this is the beginning. Just in a few areas.
We all lost loved ones in the calamity, he says. I don't know how I'm gonna go on without mine. Zolf offers to help me plot the skyways for the kid. At least the calamity hasn't touched the stars, he says. He was born in the Tazzle terminals. The Ura sent him on a mission of peace to our city, and he's lived here ever since. The Corps, you remember. That's why this place is coming together. That's why things are gonna be all right. Well, look what we have here. A lot of things need fixing up in this world, and we can start right here. finest breaker's bow you ever seen.
One sec, the sun is shining right in my eyes and we gotta put an end to that. Okay, but you were asking how early we were, Shadow?
We tracked down a couple more cores near the edge of the city.
We've done 2 or 3 proving grounds. And about 4 levels. Yep. 4 levels. Yep, just started 50 minutes ago, 50. We're doing New Game Plus so we can use any weapons we want, and I'm using the pike and the pistols, because they're fun without being really overpowered.
The gods, they're all undone. Pith Orchard. Place is a dead end in more ways than one. Folks used to make pilgrimage here.
Oh hey, Sessa, thanks for the raid.
The bull. Well, the gods are long gone now, and the Orchard core is long gone too. Seems Pith ain't much of a watchdog.
Yeah, I don't have anything set up yet, Shadow, sorry.
The gods don't care about trinkets, but the kid ain't no god.
No, I haven't gotten any bots or anything like that set up yet. I don't know how.
Pith stood for something once. Something real.
But hey, if you don't, you should go follow Sessa. She's an exclusively PS4 streamer, and she is just the best to watch.
He couldn't even save his loyal subjects.
Yeah, we might do that sometime this week, Shadow, if you got time. Thanks, Sessa. Let me know, did I fix the echo, or is it still echoing?
Pith makes a decent scarecrow, at least. That Pith lights up like a rodeo. Must have been guarding that shrine.
Hey, bot, how we doing?
So what'll it be? Invoke the gods, or tell them off? Rothus.
Awesome. I'm happy to hear that, Sessa. I'm glad we don't have an echo anymore.
Javel. Pith. Kid decides the rest is blood. if the gods are alive, they must be plenty sore.
Oh, we're doing great, Eva. This is New Game Plus for Bastion. It unlocks all the weapons and skills at the start, which makes the game more fun, in my opinion. So I am using the Brusher's Pike and the pistols.
Kid ain't never seen one legs that quick. Maybe old kid put a scare in him.
Well, I just beat it on normal mode this week, and then I found out there was a New Game Plus, and I'm like, I'd love to play the game where I'm not stuck with which weapons I can use.
Zolf's precious shrine.
The other thing that's really neat is New Game Plus lets you build whatever buildings you want in whatever order you want, so you can get customizations a lot earlier.
Zolf doesn't touch the thing. Says the god of commotion is no children's toy. The Ura feared the gods. We turned them into toys, put their faces on our walls.
But every time you beat a level, you get to put a core in, and the core lets you build new buildings. But we're going to do one of the proving grounds, which is a trial you have to do in order to get money, items, that sort of thing.
The accused always got a fair shake in Ceylondia. Some used to take the bullhead trial.
So the trick here is we can't get hit.
Survive
We
the
have
trial
to
without taking a scratch,
block with the shield.
Walk away a free man.
Come on.
Court is back in session for the kid. Old ritual from when folks believed there was this godlike bull watching over them. Had to make do with nothing but a shield.
Sorry guys, I'm a little rusty.
just step aside and let things go. The kid pulls through in fine form.
Alright, so we just gotta do that with 3 less hits. This one's honestly probably one of the hardest ones. Alright, there we go. So, I was talking to Katz a little bit earlier about her week. Ebot, Shadow, what are you guys up to? Anybody else?
There's a hint of pride in his eye when he gets back, and more than a hint in mine. The Armada sure could have used one of these back in the day.
Alright, let's do some more story.
There's only one way to Cinderbrick Fort. The hard
That's
way.
good use of your time, Shadow. I did a lot of cleaning.
Sure, the city marshals.
Not so much extra streaming this week, but cleaning was definitely on the agenda.
The calamity, mercy, normal folks. The windbags ain't so lucky. They've been left to freeze or starve or face the kid. windbags, young and old, keep fighting for the fort. At least the marshals left the kid a parting gift. Something the windbags just can't handle. Something that'll punch clean through the greasy hides. Windbags ain't much different from normal folks. All they want's a warm place to stay and a decent meal.
Hey, best of luck with your stream, Shadow. If you're still going when I'm done, I might have to raid you.
The Calamity drove the windbags topside. A lot of them wound up here in this very fort. Could have been minding the business underground like in the old days. Windbags can't use the marshal supplies, but the kid sure can. As for the windbags, Cinder Brick gave them enough heat and metal to munch on for a while. The fort ain't theirs by right. Can't blame them for one. So many of those sorry things hold up inside that old fort. Not a scratch on him as he presses on the higher ground. Kid's stash of grenades is there for him if things get even worse. Kid's blasting everything in sight with that newfangled musket. Security's plain gone haywire. Windbags gummed up the works. Kid ain't afraid of getting burned. They trapped the kid in the middle of the fort's parade grounds. Then they bring out Glutus and all their scumbag uncles. Kid takes down Glutus. Or maybe it was Blandon. But they got something to gain, and only their sorry hides. The other big fella soon joins his brother, wherever they are now. The windbags finally get the message. Kid used to dream of getting the marshal's badge, but not like this. And now ain't nothing left for nobody down at Cinderbrick Fort. Kid shows up just as Zolf's telling me about his own journey to the city. The marshals seem like good men, he says. They treated him with dignity. Zolf brought his antique smoking pipe all the way from the terminals. Seems the only thing the Calamity saved for Zolf was his smoking pipe. Even since the Ura surrendered to us, the marshals kept a wary eye on him. Zolf's travels ain't much compared to what the kids had to go through for all this. Bold brandy is thicker than paint. Makes your skin feel as tough as knife bark. Poor kid collapses after just one drag.
So this is one of 2 arena styles, the fights that you get in this. I think this one's 18 levels.
Only good thing ever come out of the past is history. Hardly had a moment's rest since all this started. Fair to say he's led a hard life, supposing what he says in his sleep ain't no lie. Never knew his old man, but he had his mama to take care of. Frail thing with pure white hair like his. Having his mama's hair did the kid no favors while he was growing up, but he learned to hold his own out there. School ain't working out, so the kid signs up for a turn on the rippling walls. Make his mama some money. Thanks to folks like the kid, the walls kept Ceylania safe from whatever's out there. The elements, the Ura, you name it. Once the kid done his time, he hurried on home. Turns out his mama's time was done too. The city had nothing for him. The money he'd been sending home was nowhere to be found either. the kid do? Why, he went right on back to the walls for another 5 years. In the history of Caelondia, nobody has ever volunteered for a second shift on the walls. Out there, a kid learned to fend for himself, learn to build, learn to break. In time, the kid earned good standing with the marshals. They trusted him to scout out farther than anybody. One night, on one of his expeditions, the ground beneath him shuddered, cracked, and split apart. He saw nothing where the world used to be. The calamity happened just like that. All the kid had to work with was his hammer and the clothes on his back. Through twisted streets, he ran with nothing but the city crest and an old stranger's voice to guide him. Well, he finally arrived at Caelondia's vaunted safe haven. He and no one else. But then, all he got was more thankless work from a man who ain't even asked his name. Sure, I may be the one who dreamt up the walls and the Bastion, but the kid made them real, not me. I'd like to say I'll never forget him, or what he's doing, what he's done. I surely would. He put some finishing touches on the business end of that thing. Now the weight of the world behind his every swing. Kid's lifelong friends looking fit to keep on fighting. Ever felt a soul wood gourd, like picking up broken glass barehanded? At Zolwood Grove, marshals learned to make every shot count. The trick was to pop all those nasty gourds without wasting ammo. Had to catch a bunch of those gourds in a single shot. Funny thing about muskets, they work best up close. The best of the best cleared the course in just a few shots. Kid probably could have made himself marshal one day. The city's unwanted things all met their end in the yard. Folks who fouled up would do their time here, smashing things to bits. The quicker they worked, the sooner they could go. Folks learned to plant their feet and put their backs into it. Others would plot a course to navigate that sea of junk. Work in the yard did have its risks. A good day's smashing could feed a family for a week. Kid pays another visit to the scrapyard for old time's sake. Worked too slow, all you got was a sore back. Some folks invested their earnings to forge even better hammers. Always plenty there for smashing. fastest folks earn more than their fair share.
So the reason we're making sure to do all the first places is because there are challenges attached to them,
Kids
which
worked
will
the
give
yard
us
before,
more material to
but that
upgrade
time I
with.
just plain destroyed it.
So we just need one more and then we get 5,000.
All it takes is some fragments, and the Bastion makes it good as new. The Langston River flowed free and wild till the calamity drank it all up. Maybe all that water just grew wings and flew off. Riverbanks swarming with windbags. They're so bent on finding the core they hardly notice the kid. Lucky for him, a certain famous fairy barge is still afloat. Weepin' Nellie. She sends some squirts crying home as she leaves port. Maybe Nellie knows the way to the core. Maybe she can slip right past all the clamor on the coast. Or maybe not. A security skiff pulls up portside. Nellie's just another windbag to those guns. Just then, the windbags notice who she's sailing with. They try to cut her off. They try to slow her down. They try to knock her out. Well, Weepin' Nellie tries harder. Try as she might, though, she hits a snag. Kid's gotta help her get untangled. Favors for favors. At least she picked a good spot for a break. The core's right there. Then the kid hears an unusual sound, like 100 flapping wings. Echoes. They had their own eyes on the core. But why? He finds Weepin' Nellie raring to go. Turns out she's got a special surprise for when the waters get rough. She's gonna need a little help with all that peggers. Traffic things think they're king of the roost now. The rest of us only wish we could fly in times like these. Security skiffs keep on coming starboard side. They'll don't seem to care what they shoot, as long as they get something. Windbags getting even better again. They aim to smash Nelly's splinters. Well, it all proves too much for poor Nelly. She's just gotta make one last stop. With her last breath, Nelly gets the kid to solid ground. They want that core real bad. Might be they want it just as bad as a kid. Kid shoos them off, knowing they'll be back. Know how many times kid nearly fell off the bars back there? A good couple of times. Now, listen close. You should remember this next part. Why go to Prosper Bluff? Used to take an enterprising man or a plain old fool to venture out that far. The city was the most beautiful place in the world. We all knew that. But on the other hand, some folks just yearn to see the things they're told they can't. And that's why you go to Prosper Bluff, ain't it? Yeah, the kid hears something he ain't heard in a long while. How's it go again? That's the one. Timeless. explaining what happens next, right? Suffice it to say, kid ain't coming home empty-handed. And besides, it's like the song goes. They'll be here before too long. We darn near celebrated when the kid got back, didn't we? Zolf never thought he'd see a fellow her again. We become fast friends. Calamity has that effect on people. But there was more to be done. There was one last core to find. If only I'd known half the secrets of the Calamity were tucked away in that book, I'd have worked to translate it right away. A scientific journal written in Zolf's native tongue. He learned so much from it. Too much. Most of the Ura never got a taste of Caelondia's fine goods, unless they were born and raised in the city like Zia here. Sure, the world's all gone to pieces farther than the eye can see. But leave it to this gal to point out the amazing view. Girl tried to run away from home one time, but the marshals stopped that, didn't they? So many secrets in there and she can't even read it. Her father's own journal. Kid's surprised when I tell him there's only one core left. I shouldn't have believed it either. We tracked the final core beyond the city to the wilds. The wild unknown. Place can eat a man alive. Place is so raw, even the Calamity couldn't cook it. Not all of it. Know what's better than having a slinger pistol in a fight? Having two. Savage things lurking at every turn. Pincushions ain't the worst of it either. Pecker's got the core. I can't build a bastion of their own. The welcoming committee scrambles to attention. Didn't expect the kid so soon. They shouldn't have let their guard down. Getting that core was one thing. Getting out's gonna be another. He digs his way out of the clearing, but the wilds won't let him go without a fight. Wallflowers survive the Calamity. Best take it real slow when pincushions are afoot. Don't ever turn your back on a pincushion. Kid's roused up half the wilds by now. Leave it to the kid to make time for stomping swamp rats. Gotta keep a sure foot out there. G by a lunkhead. And lunkheads ain't fond of two-legged animals. A handful of windbag shipments made it out this far. Slinger Jawson's old outpost is all that's left of him. Hardly any signs of the old Jawson camp. Wild green pineapples not the only good thing out here. The Wild's already reclaimed this place. He's anxious to get back. After all, he's got the final core. His journey's over, right? Well, no, it ain't. Not by a long shot. Kid knows something's up when we ain't there to give a warm welcome. See, Zolf and I were just wrapping up a heated discussion. Zolf can barely muster the words. The calamity failed, he says, but I will not. And with that, Zolf leaves us here, alone. When Zolf got through reading that journal, he just snapped. Started smashing up the monument till I tried to stop him. Zolf cursed the city, cursed the Bastion, cursed me, said he was going home. Finders keepers. Kid ain't finished here yet. Zolf banged up the monument pretty bad. But there's a way to put her back together. The shards. We're gonna need all of them to nurse the Bastion back to health. We have to think fast to survive the Wilds. And none of them are faster than the Slingers. They could shoot their pistols with the speed of a machine. They knew just when to start shooting and when to stop. Those pistols could spit out rounds just as quick as you could pull the trigger. Learning to hold your fire could be its own challenge. Kid's the fastest shot I ever seen. He blew through slinger range like it was nothing. The dynasty to the families of the city, all reunited. A pinch of fairy dust, and it's all set. Takes a careful touch to rattle those bones like that. The city brought the shards to the wilds. Now the kid's gonna bring them back. After Zolf's little episode, kid sets off in search of shards. First stop, Jawson Bog. You'll get lost in that bog, I told the kid, and I won't be able to guide you back. Well, I let him go. What else could I do? What could any of us do? Zolf put us in a real bind. Hurt the Bastion bad. But the shards can make it better. They're like smaller doses of the core's medicine. Shame the only place to fill that prescription is out here in the wilds. This place is intoxicating. Don't know where he's gone. Might be gone for good, for all I know. Wherever he is, somewhere I've never been. Somewhere I never want to go. The dead welcome him with open arms. Kid hops in. That a survivor? No, ma'am. It's a lonesome ghost of a gas filler. What do you say to a kid who's seen too much? I'm Zolf. You're pleased to make your acquaintance. Now the kid sees something stranger still. Sure enough, he finds peckers, lunkheads, wallflowers, pincushions, pineapples, swamp weeds, ankle gators. question can send him even farther into the wild unknown. Kid sets foot inside one of Ceylondia's famous watering holes. Proper story is supposed to start at the beginning. It's so simple with this one. Now here's a kid whose whole world's alright, snoozing there on a rock in the sky. He wakes up. I'm just fooling. He sees what's left of the rippling walls. Years of work undone in an instant. He sees what's left of the pith, the bull, the gods. They're all undone. He sees what's left of his lifelong friend. His friend, he's coming around too. He sees what's left undone. Near lost my train of thought just thinking about that place. The shard ain't lost either. Not anymore. Now to find a ticket out of this hole. Bootlickers dig their nasty thorns into his heels. Ever heard of a lung blossom? It's bigger than the stories say. Breath on that thing, like a scumbag sprung a leak. Say one whiff of lung blossom, lose a mind. Well, the kid prunes it down to size somehow. Mother only knows what happened in the bog. Kid never much cared to speak of it. A shard is like a poor man's core, but beggars can't be choosers. That's it. A few more shards like that, and we'll be back in business. A single shard can breathe new life into this place. The shard's got enough juice to spruce up any of these places. We need an awful big lost and found under the circumstances. Nothing makes a gun so dangerous as a keen eye. Sometimes a brusher's pipe just ain't enough. That's what the carbine's for. The city tried to use the shards to stake out the wilds. So much for that plan. Ankle gators used to roam the wilds, and they nested at Rothes Lagoon. Many a tale folks used to scare their children straight originated here. All kinds of beasts what don't know up from down, still lurking about.
Okay, we're about 2 hours in. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick and get some more water. I invite you to do the same, and we'll see you in just a little bit. Alright, we're back. Hope you guys are all doing well.
Even the brushers learn to fear this place. They used to think that ankle gators were extinct. Well, they ain't. One of them's been living in the tall grass. They called her Queen Anne. The lagoon's got plenty of other dangers, of course. Turns out Queen Anne got a hold of the shard. Ankle gators love shiny things. Ain't time for pecker hunting, but the kid can't resist. Can't fight Queen Anne without the proper tools. The brushers use their pikes to keep their distance around here. Now the kid can do the same. Sharp sticks make Queen Anne nervous, so she backs off a bit. Most of those peckers are smart enough to stay out of Queen Anne's way. Those pink cushions have been living off the ankle gator scraps. Into some kind of twisted trap. One bad step in that tall grass and it's Queen Anne's lunch. Still no sign of the shard. The closer you get to an ankle gator's lair, the thicker the tall grass grows. Kid's gotta make a run for it. Those leaping lunkheads don't like Queen Anne any better than a kid. Queenie must have scared a bunch of peckers out of hiding. Gators don't much care for their young. That's why there ain't many around. Wanna know how to find an ankle gator lair? They use a kid as bait. Now she's coming for him. She's got nowhere else to go. The shard's sitting in plain view. They say if you run across an ankle gator, you better keep running. She's starting to get annoyed. And now he's made her mad. Rest in peace, Queen Anne. That was for the brushers. He's got it, and he's home free. Kid's done what needed to be done. Queen Anne's reign is over. We even got a crown jewel. That Gator's a crazy gal, but so is the gal who promised to look after her. They said Queen Anne was just a folktale. Now there's living proof she ain't. All that trouble for a single shard, but you know what? It was worth it. Just the occasion to crack open the distillery's private reserve. Raver Gimlet tastes different the longer you swish it around. Miraculous stuff. Toughest thing about using that gas can is keeping a grip on it. That thing wasn't always meant to be a weapon, but there's no denying it now. The next shard should be farther out there in the wilds. To prepare for the wilds, Ceylondia's brushless practice at Camp Dauncey. Had to navigate a maze of pincushions with nothing but a pike. It's a dangerous test for a dangerous job. Health tonics were off limits at Camp Dauncey. They said they made you weak. Said he couldn't use any fancy footwork, just your brains and a pipe. A good enough run at Camp Dauncey could get you promoted to captain on the spot. The wilds ain't so scary now, are they? A pike and a galleon mortar. Now that's some terror from the high seas. Know how Ceylondia became the richest city in the world? 2 words. Point Lemaine. If the wilds could ever be tamed, it was gonna happen right here. The army's triggers once had the place on lockdown. Kid might as well pick up where they left off. Blam. Just like my fighting days. A gun like that can even put the wilds in check. better days for sure, but it ain't done. Whole place shudders in a fit. The grand rail of Point Lemaine. Not only is it still there, it still works. Of course, it's no longer shipping hides and alloys and spices, but it can give the kid a lift. Just as long as he can stay clear of the trouble on the tracks. Grand rails all grown over with things of calamity chewed up and spat out. Things eager to take back their turf. You don't let so much as one of those things slip by. Lunkheads settled in like they own the place. Takes fancy footwork on the rail, but with wallflowers coughing fungus everywhere. The place used to be closed off, but now it's split open like a rotten pineapple. Of course, the grand rails see much more fight than bygone times. The Ura Ceylonid War, 50 years ago, doomed to happen again. It was right here that Zolf's Ura forefathers decided to mix it up. Okay, so maybe we didn't get their sign-off on the whole Grand Rail thing. That was bad. The rail must have shook the Ura to the bone down in those dens of theirs. Well, the rail won't last much longer now that the kid took the shard. It's still got one good run in store for it. All the rotten wood there on the rails turning into swamp weed central. Ever tried dancing side to side while holding your breath? Choking on swamp weed. Deckers trying to flick you in the eye. Well, let me tell you, it ain't fun. Then at last, it's the end of the line. He'll be picking swamp weed out of those boots for days. Turns out he's got company up at the rail station, waiting for him. just another wallflower, pincushion-minded. At first, he thinks it's Zolf. Turns out he's wrong. This is for you, says the man. Then wham! When the kid comes to, the man's long gone, but something else is there. Well, what's a kid to do? He took the shard, he took the hit, and he took that note. That note cuts straight to the heart of things, don't it? Kid arrives just in time to sample Zia's famous cooking. Finding gourmet ingredients ain't easy these days, but we'll take what we can get. The note says it plain. Zia, go east to learn the truth about the calamity and our people. I'll be waiting. Sincerely, Zolf. Zolf's messenger was one of his people. Wondered just how many of them survived, and what exactly Zolf told him. It ain't too late to unlock the potential of this place. Ain't saying much, but that's the greatest forge in all the city. Now we're looking at some serious firepower. He wolfs down too much too fast, and it all goes to his head. I've said a lot about the kid, but he ain't the only one wrapped up in all this. What's he thinking? Let me see if I got this straight. I only heard it once. Once there was a normal Ura girl, but she wasn't born in the Tassel terminals like the rest of her people. She was from Ceylania. Her folks were orphaned in the war, taken in and raised inside the city, on condition they would never return to the terminals. Ura refugees who came into the city had to stay for life. It was a way to reduce the risk of city secrets leaking out. The mama passed away from birthing complications, leaving the girl trapped inside that city with no one but her father. Father was sharper than a brusher's pike, so he got a job working for the city's mancers. His daughter barely saw him. The father told her nothing of her Ura heritage. He told her nothing of the mancers. It's for your own good, he said. She took to studying the arts, learned more through music than history books, gained a knack for strings and songs. At first, she tried to be like other girls, but her classmates spread word that her father was an urban trader, selling out the city. One young man stood up for her, or so he led her to believe. He knew much of her heritage, and she grew fond of him. The young man convinced her to take him to a family den to meet her father. Spoke of how he wanted to meet a man from the terminals. Now, where were we? When the young man greeted her father in the Ura's native language, her father flew into a fit of rage and threw them out. The young man never told her that the Ura's native language is not to be used by foreigners. To do so is a terrible insult. It was then that she decided to escape. The two of them could flee the city together and go to the Tassel terminals. They would hide inside a garbage bin until it got ingested by a scumbag, then let him slosh on out of the city for disposal. The plan almost succeeded, but the authorities were already there when that scumbag sidled up to the city walls. The young man had sent the authorities a tip, told him her father was using her to sell secrets to the Tassel terminals. She and her father were arrested for treason, but her father got a deal. Returned to work for the Mansers, and she'd go free. Before they parted ways for the last time, her father whispered a desperate plea. Hurry home to the den and lock yourself in. She did as she was told, and deep down underground inside that den, she found a journal written in her father's hand. The next day, the door to the den turned to ash. The girl came up for air, and she saw the calamity all around her. When the kid wakes up, his world's still in pieces, just the way you left it. The shards are getting harder to find. Ceylonia's army only took the best, and the best of them trained on Trigger Hill. The Triggers believed they were nothing without their rifles. Nothing beats the feel of shooting a Ceylonian army carbine. Sometimes you had to take care to steady your shot. Triggers had clearance to modify their guns however they chose. Some felt the course was too easy, so the Triggers spiced things up a bit. It ain't bad, but the Triggers were better. If you want to master the art of the firearm, then the place to go is Trigger Hill. Sometimes you had to shoot from the hip. You had to keep moving to avoid getting burned. back cores like it was nothing. The Ceylandian army would have recruited him in a flash. Not everything blew up in the Calamity. Why, Colford Cauldron here blew up way ahead of its time. The cauldron boiled over some 300 years ago. They say it filled the skies with ash and the lakes with molten rock. If you wanted to survive something like that, you had to learn to adapt. So in a way, the beasts of the wilds, they're all survivors too. It takes a certain stubborn pride to keep on living in a place like this. As for us, we learned an awful lot from Colford Cauldron. That learning led to some interesting inventions. The raw power of the world fell right into our hands. Sure, we dusted off a good many secrets out here. But we discovered other things we're better off not knowing. The unforgiving scent of sulfurous dirt. The taste of air so hot it sticks to your lungs. Sorts off. You can Cook those things, but you can't eat them. Never thought we'd find so much life in all that ash. The more ash we swept aside, the more life we found. The place is inhospitable as they come. But still we pressed on. After all, when we look down inside Culford Cauldron, we kept on sifting through the cauldron's secrets anyway. Look down through all the smoking flames. We saw in there the heart of the world. The heart now laid bare by the calamity. We had to have it. As for the kid, he just has to get that shard out of there. Too bad taking that thing woke up every last stink eye from here to Johnson Bar. Kid's thinking he's got to trek all the way back around the cauldron. Sure, it ain't the most convenient path. Biggest stink eye he's ever seen's waiting for him on the other side. Well, it ain't polite to stare. But where there's one stink eye, there's always more. The cauldron's tenants all gather up to bid the kid have fun. Kid don't shed any tears for him, though. With a good spyglass, you can still see the cauldron from the city. But all the fires died out. There's nothing left of it. It comes back looking like the inside of a chimney. We're all a little short on friends these days, so that's a welcome sight. They said the wild could never be tamed. If only they could see us now. The culture, the still life of old unwanted keepsakes. The shard works like a charm. You can hear the monument's heartbeat again. The memorial may be finished, but our part is far from over. The marshals would have been downright jealous. And that's everything. Mother knows he's paid his dues in that forge. Long reach and plenty of power. Now that's a scary combination. We spotted a pecker carrying a shard to Mount Zan. Welcome to Grady Incinerator, home of the hottest wings east of Caelandia. In all seriousness, the incinerator was a dump, and it had a problem with peckers. Blasted things would swoop in and spread trash all around, until we started using fire. We couldn't just torch them all at once. We had to use restraint. Wasn't any other way to teach those peckers some respect. Who knows why we fought so hard to defend our own trash? Doom shine's a bit of an acquired taste, like a mouthful of horseradish. Hence a full of horse. Can't rightly call Mount Zan the mountain anymore. There's no more mountains now. There's no place left for the beasts of the wild to go. So they figure they'll hold out right here, on a slab of mountain the Calamity forgot. Good thing for those beasts the Calamity saved leftovers. We only found their little lair because they found themselves a little shard. It's a delicate situation. Those beasts been hoarding all the valuables they could find. Creatures of the wild, they've been building a bastion of their own. But they ain't yet prepared for any company. They even dragged their children into this. Without a doubt, the situation stinks. Best thing we can do for those beasts right now is put them down quick and clean. Besides, we have to take back what's ours. Even if the beasts of the wilds won't like it. city left behind, those beasts took for themselves. It's either them or us. But if we win, they win too. Our Bastion is everybody's game, not just ours. Unfortunately, there's no explaining that to a single beast. Those beasts been hard at work fixing up the place. They've rounded up their survivors, just like we have. They've been searching for cores and shards, just like we have. The beasts of Mount Zan go all out. Maybe they've thought about turning back, just like we have. We just really need their shard. Kid got it fair and square. That's the way. He's done what's best for him, don't you worry. Don't you worry. We'll all be better off once the Bastion is complete. Fixed that thing right up, didn't we? Made these goings-on a little livelier. Suppose it's true a little song can put things in perspective. The monument's getting better. Zolf sure did a number on it, though. Seems the gods recommended this place to all their friends. Life wine's so rich, they say it's brought men back from the brink for one last taste. Just a couple shards left. The quarry's gotta have one, right?
Alright, so we got about another hour, and then we're gonna go do some Animal Crossing.
Ceylondia's armada was a glorious sight, and our ship's mortars were unstoppable. At Boundless Bay, our Navy put those mortars through a rigorous inspection. Had to use squirts to simulate explosive impact on the surface of the sea. Galleon skippers needed to be patient, needed to fire at just the right times. fireworks over Boundless Bay. Good thing we got to that mortar before the beasts of the wild learned how to use it. Imagine everything you'd need to build a city like Caelondia. It takes hard work and planning, and it also takes burstone quarry. The Ura tunnels beneath the quarry must have softened the blow from the calamity. We bought the whole place from the Ura on the cheap. Same goes for its natives. Rattletails. Why would the Ura put up with those pests? Quarry ain't exactly up to safety standards anymore. The quarry came with a lifetime supply of windbags. Windbags smaller than the naked eye can see are nested in the rocks. There was even more to it than that. Not only are these rocks a source of life, we found that the oldest ones remember things. Wonder all those beasts were drawn to the quarry. The rocks were calling them. The rattletails kept tunneling in, stacking the windbags. Now why would the Ura sell off such a fascinating place? The Ura always were a superstitious lot. Might be the gods told the quarry's bad news. On top of that, you know that Ura hated anything above ground. It might be the quarry just got too much sunshine for their liking. In any case, it's fair to say the quarry was a godsend. Those rocks, all polished to a pure sheen, the largest ones, you know as cores. The smaller ones, we call them shards. shard's got a fraction of the core's power, enough to fuel a voyage to the motherland. Well, now the quarry's all dried up. These rocks are much too young to be of use. Remember how I said rattletails ain't the worst thing in the quarry? That honor goes to a beast we took to Colin, Sir Lunky. Massive thing stomped. We just couldn't get rid of him. We never could get stubborn old Lunky to leave the quarry alone. Then the kid hears a voice calling from down the hall. "Are you all right?" it says. It's him. "I've come to warn you," he says. "The Bastion is under siege. Let it fall. You should not go back." Kid hears him, but he ain't about to be deterred. "If that's the way it is," he says, "then I won't stop you. Because my countrymen will." The next part's hard to talk about, no matter how many times I try. Say what you will about Zulf, but he's a man of his word. How's that? His countrymen don't much care for pleasantries, though. What does he got? They got inside the Bastion and shut the door. Kid's gotta go in through the back. Zulf showed him the way here, and here they came to take revenge. Unfortunately, they broke in, and they started digging their hole. Something wrong was wrong out of the and to keep that way in this place. We tried to stop them. Somehow, some way, he sends those Ura packing. Problem is, it didn't matter. Zulf's plan worked. We find each other as the dust settles. Then I tell him why the Ura came. To get us back. For the Calamity. It was Caelandia's master plan to wipe the Ura out. But part of that plan backfired, didn't it? If only Zulf knew the whole story. The shards can put this disease in remission, but there's only one cure. We need to finish what we started. The arsenal's complete, in case we need protection. What were we to think? They must have got her, taken her back to her rightful home. The sanctuary. If we can build, we can rebuild. The Ura swooped down from the east. At least now we know the way. Behold the Pantheon. One last shard. It's all we need to put this mess behind us. And mother, what a mess it is. A mess like that could have only been made by hand. At the heart of the calamity was a simple idea. We never wanted to go to war again. We wanted to move it out. We put a lot of folks against that problem. Scientists, soldiers, spies, you and me. We sought solutions far beyond the city. We've traveled near as far as the kids go right now. Most of our efforts didn't bear fruit. Then there was a breakthrough, but it didn't come from one of our people. It came from an Ura, a brilliant young scientist named Ven. Ven worked for the Mancers, the sharpest knives in the city's drawer. With his help, the Mancers devised a way to seal the Ura tunnels shut in a flash. Just like that, every last Ura living in the Tassel terminals will be gone. This discovery was never to be used, they said, except as a last resort. But Ven didn't like being manipulated. He had plans of his own. He sabotaged the Mancers' little science project, set it to blow up in their faces. Imagine how Ven must have felt when they finally made him pull that trigger. But remember, the Bastion can fix everything. We just need that shard. Too bad the Ura ain't exactly been willing to collaborate on that front. It's strange. Feels like I told this part 1,000 times. First things first, though. There's someone we figured needed rescuing. Zia. The Ura fell back, no doubt planning the next move, but we knew ours already. Think the gods are gonna help. There's something we had to do before going after that last shard. Well, now it's personal, ain't it? It's personal for him, and it's personal for me. They never saw it coming. He gets his hands on the care package I sent him. They got their own security and everything. Pretty fancy even. Still, they ain't used to having visitors around. They've got these conductors that are what's keeping the place together. Breaking over those things and the calamity rocks slip back into the ground. Those rocks are like tumors, the same kind the Earth planted in the Bastion. Well, the Ura must be in a panic right about now. They even sick their little rattletail pets on the kid. Those rodents are just a bump in the road. Kids picking the whole place apart, piece by piece. By now, every Ura from here to the terminals must know us in town. Most of the Ura's conductors are squared away in the middle of the hollow. They're easy targets. Those calamity rocks must be eating that place apart from the inside. The Ura keep hanging on to their barricade. After all, their homeland's not much farther. Some of them are downright bewildered by what's happening. Maybe they know they lost this. Lost to a kid. They underestimate us. Past pegged all wrong. Yes, our people caused the calamity, but here we are trying to fix it. That makes us different from our people now, don't it? Shame the opportunity for civilized discourse is over. Suppose old Zolf should have got to know us better. Maybe I should have trusted him. Told him everything I knew. Zolf, they have every reason to be angry. Beyond angry. As the hour grows desperate, the Ura bring out their big guns. But when this is all over, it'll all be water under the bridge. He sees the Tazzle terminals loom large on the horizon. There's nothing standing in his way no more. Way out there on the edge of the world, that's where he finally finds you. But it ain't like Prosper Bluff this time. Ain't nothing for this gal to sing about now. Zia, you weren't kidnapped. No, ma'am. You just had to see what happened to the Ura. To your own people. You had to see if everything Zolf wrote to you was true. They lost everything, didn't they? But they just keep on fighting like that's gonna bring it all back. Sure you didn't drop that twangy thing on purpose? Just to see if he'd go after you? I don't need to see what happened to the Ura. I'm trying to undo it, remember? Now, whale ale ain't made from real whale, but it'll make you strong like one. Once the kid gets that last shard from Zolf, it'll all be over. The Ura probably didn't know they were being watched from Manster Observatory. It was the perfect spot to test something no one's meant to know about. Only trouble was something about the place drove the windbags crazy. Hefty thing like that takes getting used to. Gotta point her in the right direction. Whatever gets in her way is in the world for her, but she ain't the fastest thing. If only the Mancers could have seen the kid playing around with their favorite toy.
Alright, so this is the last
I
level of
can't hear him
Bastion.
at all anymore. He's too far away. But he'll be alright. The Calamity hit the Tassel terminals hardest of all. You know why it's open back there. The place was his home. All his old friends and family were there. Taken by the Calamity. Zolf must be there all alone, just waiting. You know what's funny? Zolf's waiting. Are waiting for a kid. Look around. There's not much left to do here in the Bastion. So why not tell each other stories to pass the time? But Zia, there's another reason I've been telling you all this. When the kid brings back that shard, the Bastion will be complete. This disease the Earth planted here will go away. What happens to Zolf will no longer matter. Zealandia will be whole again. We'll be back to normal. Everyone will be all right. Problem is, we'll all be gone. But we're not gonna die. It's more like all of this will just stop. things will go back to the way they used to be. That's the power of the Bastion. This whole place is a living record of the times before the calamity, the way things were before this story. Be your old self again. Think of those times that didn't go your way. Life's little setbacks. Imagine if you could have another go at them. No mistakes. Anyone you've ever heard. Everything you've ever done, you could do it over. And wouldn't that be grand? Wouldn't you agree? I guess there's nothing more to say.
Basilice, t'es une menace. Tu vas bien voir.
Who am I kidding? Look. There's something else. A confession. How come I know so much about the Bastion? Well, I designed the place, but that's beside the point. There's one problem with a place that sets things back to a bygone time. You can't test it. So you're probably wondering if the calamity happened already. What's to stop it from happening again after the Bastion does its thing? The answer is... I don't know. You're wondering if there ain't some other way out of this mess. It's all right. I can tell. But why would you even want another way? Unless you wanted to stay here with us. Well, that's sweet and all, but I don't know if I can stick around. it's on our shoulders. We can't just let it go. Bastion does have another function, strictly speaking. If ever the monument blew out, we couldn't repair it. We could still evacuate. First, we'd round up as many folks as we could carry. Next, we'd detonate the cores, and we'd take off away from here. Heavy, ain't it? Of course, that would mean no going back. Ever. But then again, that way all of us could leave the city. Together. You know, Zolf and his countrymen won't be giving up that shot without a fight, don't you? Zolf and the Ura, all they want now is to see the Bastion fall. Zolf dedicated his life to a lasting peace between the Ura and Zealandia.
You have me gone. Rise, Elise.
He can't have imagined the city would try to wipe the Ura out. Zolf ain't lost every shred of decency, though, has he? He tried to warn you about his plans. He tried to warn the kid. For Zolf, this ain't a personal matter. It ain't a simple matter of pride either. One thing's for sure, the Ura can't be happy that the kid followed Zolf all the way home. Kid saved Zolf once, but I don't think he made the same mistake. I wouldn't. Don't you worry, though. Once the Bastion's restored, it'll all be alright. Although, after talking it over like this, guess I'm beginning to have my doubts. Kid's probably dealt with Zolf by now. He reminds me of myself when I was his age. I ever tell you about those days? Hey, kid. Get up, kid. Come on, that ain't funny. I say get up. That's more like it. Now, set that shard into the monument there. Then we'll talk. The Bastion. It's finally finished. Now, there's something I want you to see. Welcome to the heart of the Bastion. I ain't one for long goodbyes, so here's the deal. Zia and I figure you done the heavy lifting, so you get to do the honors. We can tell you how to work this thing if you got any questions.
So, let's see. You can either prevent the calamity, or stick around with me and Rex. I'd hate to be in your shoes. If I could be any place I wanted, I'd stay right here. We could go anywhere in the world. Zolf tried to talk me into joining him. I tried to talk him out of it. I guess we both failed. When I finally found my people, I told them we could help. They just took me for a traitor. Glad you showed up. Any moment I'd want to live again happened after the calamity, not before.
Good to see you. You can undo the calamity here and now. Go on, kid. And before I forget, thank you. Always wondered what the motherland was like. Not that it matters anymore. Zolf only brought more ruin to the Ura. No wonder they didn't take kindly to him. You've got one thing left to do, so you hang on to that badge. Besides, you earned it. Don't let anything you've done get to you. You can save all those creatures here and now. It's finished. Now, sit tight. It'll be over soon. No matter what happens next, you're done good. I suppose all that's left is to try and remember this moment. The Bastion's gonna take us back to a better time. Before any of this. My people forget everything you've done. And each other. Though after all we've been through, I find that hard to believe. So long, kid. Maybe I'll see you in the next one. Zealandia, we're coming home.
I set myself fly, the wind it will take me back to my home, sweet home. Lie on
that is the end of Bastion. We started that at 5, and it is 8:40 now, and we have done the whole game in less than 4 hours. I'm going to take another 5, refill my water, use the bathroom, and we're going to change the stream over to Animal Crossing New Horizons. But thanks for sticking with me, and we'll be that in about 5 minutes. Hey, thanks, Mooncrow. That's very nice of you. I wanted to try and use weapons I hadn't used before, and I almost always use the Galleon mortar, so it was interesting to try and use the Brusher Pike for a while. Okay, so I'll be back in just about 5 minutes now. So that was Bastion. If you haven't played it, I highly recommend it. You can get a lot of replay out of weapon combinations. But let's move on. Alright, so we are going to try and catch Barreleye. It is the smallest shadow for fish. And if we catch off the pier, it opens the possibility for tuna or blue marlins. So those are both worth a lot of bells, so we will try and see what we can do today. Wow, that was fairly anticlimactic. Well, let's donate this and then burn through the rest of this bait. Except Got a bunch more for when it rains so we can catch the coelacanth. Let's do a quick tour as long as we're here. These are pond fish over here. And here we got a bluegill, black bass, and a carp, koi, tadpole, and a loach, crayfish, and a snapping turtle. Golden trout, cherry salmon, and a char. Freshwater goby, crucian carp, pale chub, and a dace. Nothing in there yet. And here we've got neon tetra, and killifish, goldfish, pop-eyed goldfish, and the ranchu goldfish, and the guppy. The horse mackerel, anchovies, the blue marlin, and the tuna. I just caught those this week. Oh, nice. There's the barreleye that we just caught about 3 minutes ago. And the oarfish. Clownfish, sturgeonfish, and butterfly fish. And seahorse, squid, red snapper, dab, olive flounder, zebra turkeyfish, barbed knifejaw, and sea bass. So now the only fish that I'm missing is the coelacanth, which is only spawns in the rain. So we've got a lot of bait saved up for when that happens. everybody's having a nice day. Mine got a lot better catching that Barreleye. Okay, this is a big fish. This might be a tuna or a blue marlin, or it could just be another sea bass. Or an olive flounder, I forgot about those. Let me do a quick run around real quick. I think you can get a visitor if there's a meteor shower. So let's see if we got Celeste. Alright, well thanks for joining me tonight. I think we're gonna raid my friend Shadow, who's playing Hollow Knight, so once I get that in...